Catalyst holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 61% of their lifetime meetings. It's clear that this specific matchup tends to go his way. We'll see if Vortex can break that psychological hold today. Just a total shutdown. He's on a roll now. The rating gap isn't huge, but the momentum looks heavily skewed. What a scramble. He almost lost it all there, but just barely edges out the win. He's showing why he entered the server as the favorite today. Vortex shows some serious grit, popping his opponent right off that ramp to keep the rally going. Exactly the kind of start he needs to justify that favorite tag. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. A couple of wins over the top for the second-ranked player right now. Vortex actually managed a victory over his opponent about 16 hours ago. It's surprising to see that early momentum disappear so quickly. Now the question is if he can remember how to close that gap. He refuses to stay down, digging deep to claw back another round. He's refusing to let this slip away completely. He's definitely fighting to make a statement here. Catalyst stays comfortably ahead at 6-3. A very quick response from the second highest rated player in the league. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now, effortlessly picking Vortex off the ramp. And the top rated pro in this match is really putting his foot on the gas. He survives a messy exchange to take another round, keeping the pressure high before the break. It is a 9-3 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is just running away with this. He's proving too strong for Vortex right now, effectively shutting down any hope of a comeback. Vortex needs a huge spark. Catalyst is towering over him with a 9-4 lead. He's a real threat, sitting just one spot above the third seed. Catalyst is absolutely dominating this series, sitting at 10-4. Tough spot for the other guy, given he was actually the slight favorite. Vortex is really struggling to put any pressure on him, and those rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. That was a lightning fast exchange. He just completely dismantled the defense, picking Vortex right off the ramp to put himself one round away from victory. What a statement. That final shot is absolute perfection to close it all out. He's just completely on another level today, making Mappas look like his own personal playground.
Counter-terrorists win. Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win.
Catalyst has a significant historical advantage with 702 total head-to-head wins. It's clear that the matchup favors him, though we've seen Vortex pull off a victory against him in the last day. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum shifts back. Catalyst is pushing hard, now leading 2-1. He's currently sitting just behind in the ladder rankings. Vortex is on a roll here, completely erasing that early deficit to lock things up. The two ranked player is suddenly under heavy pressure. Catalyst keeps the lead at 3-2 after a clutch play. We are all square at 3 apiece now. Vortex has definitely shook off the rust from that earlier loss. The pace of these encounters has been lightning fast. Neither player is giving any ground today. The second highest rated player in the league is looking sharp. Absolute deadlock now as Vortex and Catalyst sit tight. Hard to forget that dominant 13-4 loss he suffered earlier. Catalyst really used that ramp to his advantage, putting himself back in the driver's seat. He's playing like a man who knows his way around the map. And just like that, we're tied up at 5 apiece. The pressure is mounting for that second ranked player. Vortex takes a slim lead, pushing it to 6-5. That was a lightning fast exchange to take control. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is way closer than anyone expected. Vortex is showing a lot of grit right now to keep pace with a top-tier opponent. Fresh start. Let's go. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a 7-6 lead. Both of them are playing at a massive level today. Vortex claws back to make it 7-all. It's almost a mirror image of that duel from 16 hours ago. Vortex is really starting to put a grip on this series, taking total control of the map now. An impressive showing from the 4th ranked player in the world. What a scrap! He manages to outlast him in a brutal exchange to extend the streak. A massive shift from that one-sided loss we saw earlier. He's completely in control now, putting up a 4th straight win. He's really fighting against that huge historical deficit right now. Another untouchable round for him, extending that lead to 11-7. His recent 13-4 victory on Blame Mapas seems like a distant memory. Simply a wall of strength from Vortex, who now finds himself just 1 round away from the finish. Totally flipped the script on how we expected this to go. Unbelievable, he scrapes by with practically nothing left in the tank to close out the match. Just a complete statement from that guy today. He's clearly figured out how to get the better of the higher rank. What a scramble. Catalyst scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. Phantom holds the overall lead in their history, winning over 500 matches against Catalyst. It's interesting that he's the one falling behind early today, especially since he usually controls the pace in these matchups. Catalyst is dominating, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. The number 2 player in our rating is really making a statement here. The momentum is shifting back and forth. We've seen a winner swap in every single round so far. Catalyst is cruising now, pulling ahead at 4-2. That's an impressive start given the slight edge given to his opponent. Phantom is fighting back now, trailing by just 1. The top seed is starting to find a way back in. We've got a dead heat here, and the momentum is firmly with Phantom after that quick succession of rounds. It's a complete reset for both of them right now. An absolute shutdown there. He's just not letting a single round slip. He's definitely playing like the current top seed. Catalyst answers right back to bring the series back to a dead even score. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in a tense battle. He's certainly taking advantage of his higher map win rate here. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's certainly making a case for the underdog right now. He's showing why he holds the better win rate on this map. Time to see if Catalyst responds. Phantom keeps the pressure on with a narrow 7-6 lead. He's certainly playing with more confidence than he did against Vortex. Unreal. He barely survives that shootout, clinging to a tiny bit of health to secure the round. A huge contrast to the tough loss he had against Vortex. Phantom stays in the driver's seat with an 8-7 advantage. Both of these players are incredibly active today, each already logging 18 wins. Catalyst has clawed back to keep things perfectly level. He's looking much stronger now than in his earlier matches today. Phantom is keeping his composure, refusing to let Catalyst pull away with another string of rounds. He's certainly shaking off that rough stretch from yesterday's losses. We are locked in a total stalemate at 9 apiece. A real toss-up for the world number 2 right now. Phantom regains control, moving ahead 10-9. He's certainly showing a stronger form than he did against Vortex. That's 2 in a row for the top seed, and he's looking like the one with all the answers right now. That was an incredibly fast exchange, and now we're right back to a 1-round difference. We're seeing those rankings really clash right now. An effortless win for the top seed to put him just 1 round away from victory. He closes it out with a perfect shot, securing the victory. He really stepped up when the pressure was on to avoid another loss in this rivalry. What a match! Phantom holds a significant historical lead in their head-to-head encounters. And it is interesting to see that the league's top-rated player is actually the one fighting from a disadvantaged betting position. It will be a tough battle to see if Vortex can flip the script. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely showing why he's currently ranked top 5. Everything is back to a dead heat after that exchange. We are right back where we started. Both players are locked in an absolute battle right now. Phantom clawed back to take a 3-2 lead. He is definitely showing why he's sitting at the top of our rating. Phantom clears him off the ramp to complete a 3-round sweep. He looks completely comfortable as the heavy favorite right now. A sharp response here from Vortex, narrowing the gap to 3-4. It's a stark contrast to his 13-7 win over Catalyst earlier today. Phantom is coming in with a superior 62% win rate on this map. Well, it is starting to look like he has the correct read on the layout today. He really needs to maintain this pressure to avoid a late surge. Phantom simply was too quick on the trigger from the ramp to let Vortex hang around. It's proving to be a mirror image of their last encounter. Phantom keeps his nose ahead by a single round. The overall world #1 is feeling a bit of pressure now. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly what you'd expect from two heavyweights. Phantom looked sharp with that 3-round run, but Vortex stayed composed to keep the series level. Resetting for the second half. Vortex manages to edge ahead with a narrow 7-6 grip. He's certainly making a case for that 4th spot on the ladder. Vortex is really starting to pull away at 8-6. He's really capitalizing on the momentum shift here. He's completely in control now, putting up another effortless win to take a 3-round lead. He's making it look easy despite the weight of the underdog label. Phantom refuses to go quiet, shutting things down with an incredibly clean sequence. The higher seed is finally starting to steady himself. Vortex is now commanding a comfortable 3-round cushion. Vortex is putting a huge dent in that massive career head-to-head lead. He manages to secure a completely clean win, refusing to let that deficit get any worse. The experience of the veteran is starting to show again. A methodical approach from the favorite, who's showing a lot of grit to keep this series within reach. The gap in their overall skill rating isn't showing right now. Incredible resilience from Phantom. He claws back to a dead even score after that brutal scrap. Another nail biter that just barely went his way. He's simply on fire right now, extending the streak to 4 and reclaiming the lead. This is precisely the type of run he's been putting up all week. Unreal. He's completely taken over the map and just needs one more to secure the victory. He has completely shifted the energy of this duel. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that fight with a tiny sliver of health left. Pure chaos. That was an absolute bloodbath of a fight. Absolutely spectacular. Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Vortex fought like a lion today, but he just couldn't stop that final momentum shift. He really pushed the world leader to the limit. What a match. Catalyst has the clear upper hand in their long-term history, leading the head-to-head comfortably. It's interesting to see that dominance translating into an early lead today, especially since Vortex managed to take their most recent duel. We'll be right back with more action from Redline after a very quick break. And we are back live on Redline, where Catalyst holds a slim one-round lead over Vortex.
Counter-terrorists win.
The second-ranked player is really fighting for control here. Vortex is simply refusing to let up, using that ramp to carve out another lead. He's clearly feeling confident after that 13-7 win in their last clash. He secures a huge advantage from the ramp, extending his lead to 3-1. The second-seeded player is really struggling to get things moving. Unbelievable, he scrapes through a brutal exchange on the ramp by the skin of his teeth. That's a great look for the second-ranked player. Catalyst is starting to put some serious pressure on this series, securing his second straight win from that ramp position. The higher rated player has really found his groove tonight. Vortex edges ahead by a single round now. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. Vortex is really stacking up the points here, shutting everything down from that ramp. He's putting some serious pressure on the top two player. Vortex just keeps climbing, holding a tight 5-4 lead. His lifelong dominance in this rivalry is definitely showing. And just like that, Catalyst brings us back to a deadlock at 5 apiece. The number 2 ranked player is starting to look scary. The momentum has completely shifted as Catalyst takes another one to extend the streak. That higher seed is really asserting himself now. Vortex puts a fast stop to that run, taking the opponent right off the ramp to tie it up. Both of these players have had a rough run of results today. Vortex holds a 7-6 lead going into the break. You know, he's defying the odds here, given Catalyst usually controls their matchups. We'll see if the underdog can maintain this edge after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Everything's back to a standstill with the score locked at 7. This fight is becoming a complete toss-up. Vortex is really taking over this map, holding a commanding grip on that ramp to extend his lead. Both of these guys are coming off some tough losses to Phantom today. What a scramble. Vortex digs deep to survive with practically nothing left after dragging himself away from that Tetris spot. Just sheer luck to come out alive with only 2 HP. Vortex holds a narrow one-round cushion as we hit 16. A quick recovery from the number 2 seed here. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to scrap through with almost nothing left. He barely survived that one, but the lead is back. He's simply too sharp right now, securing a 3rd consecutive win with an effortless shot. He's proving why he's ranked so high in the ladder. He steps up once more, bringing the score back to a dead heat. It's become a complete dogfight at this point. Catalyst was too fast for him there, cleaning him up right off that ramp. This result feels much more natural for these two. Vortex is playing the aggressor, catching a quick win from the ramp to put the pressure back on. Surprisingly competitive set for the man who usually holds the higher rank. Vortex manages to shut things down from the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The momentum shift is looking more permanent now. What a finale! Vortex closes it out with a clean finish to secure the victory. He really dug deep to find a way through on a map that usually favors the other guy. Just a total war of attrition. What a fight. Phantom enters this as the top-rated player on the ladder, yet he's facing a bit of a struggle right now. Looking at their most recent meeting, he already took a victory in a tight game, so you have to wonder if he's just shaking off some rust here. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. The second best player in the league is feeling the pressure now. Catalyst is just refusing to let the top seed settle in, putting a lot of early pressure on him. Catalyst is clearly looking to flip the script after that loss on Italy. Catalyst is now a single round ahead. He's historically dominated the map battle between these two. Catalyst is really pulling away with a 4-2 lead. Catalyst keeps the pressure on and picks Phantom right out of that window. This look differs completely from the recent shuffle on Italy. Catalyst simply doesn't miss picking him right off the ramp to reach 6. A tough spot for the current top seed. Phantom puts his foot back in the game with a sharp sequence from the ramp. A crucial response from the world number 1. He's looking remarkably strong despite starting the day at 18-18. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. And honestly, it's exactly what we expected from the favorite. He's just showing a lot more composure right now than he has in his recent games. Phantom needs to dig deep here. We'll be right back with more fast aim action after a very quick technical break. And we are back in the action, where Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead over Phantom. Phantom narrows the gap, now trailing by just 3. His 63% all-time success rate should give him some confidence here. What a scramble. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he survives the exchange to keep this comeback rolling. He's really starting to put the pressure back on. He just completely shuts him down from the ramp, continuing this incredible surge. Everything has shifted in a flash. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to bring the score that even. A complete turnaround of fortune in just a few minutes. Absolutely incredible! He just took a commanding lead, picking the target off from the ramp for another round. Catalyst puts on a strong showing from the ramp to bring things completely level. The tension is through the roof now with everything squared up. He crawls back into the lead, showing a serious amount of heart to take the top spot again. A really clean finish to break that momentum. He's completely in control now, ending a tense standoff with an effortless kill. His recent victory over Zodak showed he could handle this pace. He's simply too sharp right now, putting himself just one round away from victory. The momentum shift is absolute at this stage. What a finish. He seals the victory with a perfect shot and completes the most incredible comeback of the match. He really just refused to break under that pressure. Catalyst had him on the ropes, but he's simply too composed. What a fight. Phantom has the upper hand here with a 70% win rate on this specific map, and that high level of comfort is proving to be a real problem for Vortex. He's clearly in the driver's seat after taking the opening round. He puts on a clinic from the ramp to secure a third straight. It is a familiar story for this pair, mirroring their most recent encounter. The momentum is completely one-sided as he fires down from the ramp for another clean victory. Goodness, that was an absolute war of attrition, but he manages to edge it out for a fifth straight. Unbelievable. He somehow claws back from the brink to keep his perfect start intact. The top seed is suddenly living up to his ranking today. Finally, a breakthrough for Vortex, putting a halt to that dominant opening run. The world number 2 is fighting to prove he belongs here. Phantom is clearly the more seasoned competitor in this rivalry, leading their lifetime head-to-head count by over 800 wins. It's a staggering gap that usually translates into a mental edge when things get tense. We'll see if that confidence carries him through the rest of this map. Phantom's comfortably ahead with a 7-3 lead. The top seed is feeling the pressure now. He secures another win from the container, keeping this hot streak alive as we head into the break. The tide has completely turned in favor of the second seed. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Vortex was supposed to control this match, but he's struggling to keep up. Phantom looks far too sharp for the favorite right now. Fresh start for the trading match. Vortex keeps the deficit at 3, refusing to fold. The world number 1 is finally starting to feel some heat. Phantom's just crushing it, leading by 4 now. He's really making his case as the absolute best on the ladder. What a scramble. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he somehow walks away with the round. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he earns the point. Phantom's just relentless, sitting pretty at 10-6. The top seed looks completely in control of the tempo. That was over in a blink. Vortex simply had no answer for that reaction time. He just completely shut that down. Phantom now needs only a single round to end it. He's simply playing at a different level than we've seen from the favorite. A sudden snap from Vortex to keep his hopes alive. That's a desperate attempt to push this into the final stretch. He keeps his composure to secure a second straight point and slow the pace down. It's getting a bit nerve-wracking for the favorite now. He's just refusing to go away, claiming a third straight point to keep the pressure mounting. He's showing the kind of resilience that earned him a top 4 spot. Unbelievable tenacity. He keeps the momentum rolling with a 4th straight victory to keep his hopes alive. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. He just won't stop. That was an absolute slugfest, and he survives by the skin of his teeth to keep the streak alive. The pressure on that finish was palpable. Absolutely electric. He forces the draw, erasing the deficit to send this clash into overtime. The momentum shift has been practically instantaneous. And there it is. He shuts down the comeback attempt with a perfect shot to reclaim the lead. He's showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom was way too quick, catching him right there on the container to extend the lead. A familiar pattern as we saw in their last head-to-head clash. He refuses to back down, digging in to keep this series alive. Just a glimmer of hope for the world number one in this overtime fight. Absolute poise from the world number one, flushing the opponent off the ramp to level the series. That's an incredibly tight battle as we move forward. Phantom pulls off a clean finish, picking the opponent off the ramp to reclaim the edge. The favorite is finally finding his footing in this overtime scramble. What a fight, he barely survives that exchange to lock in a deadlock at 15-15. Total chaos as we hit a complete deadlock in this match. Vortex pulls ahead, taking a slim 16-15 lead. Vortex extends his cushion to 17-15 with that play. The underdog has completely seized control of the server. Vortex is just on fire, pushing it to 18-15. Absolute nightmare of a sequence for the higher rated player. Vortex is soaring now, pushing the lead to 19-15. He completely outlasted the number one player in the world, defying the odds in a wild battle. He really earned that one. What a fight. Catalyst has won over 60% of their lifetime meetings, giving him a clear psychological edge in this rivalry. And it's interesting to see that hold up despite Vortex having the better result in their most recent clash. Let's see if Catalyst can turn this into a real streak. Vortex is really cooking, leading 2-1. His current form is a huge contrast to that 5-game skid. Both of these guys are playing at an incredible speed. Right now, these encounters are ending almost instantly. Vortex is pulling ahead, now sitting on a 3-2 lead. He is certainly proving that the top 2 spot is well earned. Vortex is just dominating here, extending his lead to 4-2. Catalyst is really struggling to shake those last few losses off. The momentum is shifting back and forth, keeping this a very close fight. Both of these challengers have put in some long hours today. Vortex is sitting on a 16-20 record for the day, and he seems to be maintaining a much higher level of focus compared to his recent opponents. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out despite the historical disadvantage. Another effortless exchange for the leader, who is simply refusing to let up. Catalyst finds a way to answer back as we head toward the half. He'll be happy with that timing as they move into the final round of the half. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It's a surprising start for the man who usually struggles against the higher rated Catalyst. We're seeing a total reversal of the usual power dynamic right now. Fresh start for both guys. That's a sharp response as he continues to claw back into this series. He's proving why he's consistently the higher ranked player in this pair. He's purely untouchable right now, forcing a deadlock at 7 apiece. The underdog role has definitely shifted since the start of this match. Unbelievable, Vortex barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure the 8th round. His recent success against the top 4 is really starting to show. He just refuses to go away, evening the scoreboard at 8-8 with a crisp finish. A surprising turn for the man who entered as the favorite. He's just not letting the momentum slide back, securing another one as his surge continues. A bip 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 bip. We are completely deadlocked at 9 apiece now. Coming in at number 2 on the ladder. He's really found his footing. Catalyst is showing real grit, picking the other guy off the wine to pull ahead. The pre-match favorite is starting to feel the pressure. And we're back to a dead heat at 10-all. He seems to have completely shaken off that rough start to the hour. Vortex has a lot of momentum now and is just a couple of rounds away from finishing this off. He is absolutely on fire, effortlessly cruising into the lead for a 12-10 advantage. Absolutely unbelievable! Vortex secures a total victory with a final burst into the wine. He really stepped up when it mattered most, finally breaking that long-time mental block against his rival. A huge result here for Vortex. What a series. Phantom holds a historical advantage on this map with a 64% win rate. It's a surprising contrast to the current scoreline, as the world #1 seems a bit slow to start. I wonder if he'll find his footing soon. Catalyst is cruising right now with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's certainly used to winning this specific head-to-head pair. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on early, making Phantom work for every single point. He's managing to put together a strong start despite those recent losses. What a scrap. Both players poured everything into that exchange, but he just barely scraped through. The top seed is starting to put on a clinic. And just like that, Phantom levels things at 3-3. The #1 seed is definitely feeling the momentum shift. Catalyst just outreacted him, proving that height doesn't guarantee the win in these exchanges. We are deadlocked at 4-all, total deadlock. This is surprisingly close given the gaps in their overall ratings. Phantom edges ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 lead. It's a tough stretch for Catalyst, currently riding a 6-game slump. Both of these players are staying sharp. They're just trading blows and refusing to let the other pull away. Catalyst regains the upper hand, leading 6-5. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 7-5. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's keeping the pace steady and looks very comfortable in this lead. Let's see if things shift now. Catalyst has really shaken off those recent losses to secure a huge lead. It's a massive swing in confidence considering how badly he's been struggling in his previous outings. He is completely ignoring the odds right now. He's just relentless right now, securing another quick victory to widen the gap. He's simply too fast right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. A total reversal from that 13-9 result they shared earlier today. He is absolutely on fire now, putting himself just a single round away from the win. Unreal, he closes out the series in a huge way to secure the victory. Huge result for the #4 seed, completely shutting down the world's best on a map he usually dominates. Phantom holds a strong advantage across nearly 4,000 career meetings. It's definitely surprising to see the favored player starting on the back foot here. The question is if he can find a way to shut down Vortex's recent momentum. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. Coming off a tough series of results, he's trying to stabilize. The momentum has completely flipped, and now the matches are feeling like a dead heat. It's starting to look like the favorite has found his gear. The tide has turned completely as he secures a third straight win. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. A precise shot from Vortex brings this series back to a deadlock. It's a complete toss-up heading into the next stage. Vortex surges ahead again to take a 4-3 lead. The number 1 seed is really feeling the heat right now. An absolutely clean sequence there, and he's now rolling with 3 straight. The top seed is struggling to close out these exchanges. What a scrap! He survives a brutal exchange to keep this winning streak alive. He is really capitalizing on those recent wins over Phantom. Phantom secures an important win from the Tetris as he refuses to go away quietly. He's definitely trying to remind everyone why he's rated so much higher. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with a handful of health left. A tough afternoon for the world number 1 so far. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how the pre-match predictions looked. He's just a bit more consistent right now. We'll see if Phantom can flip the script on the other side. Let's see who blinks first now. He closes out the opening of this half with a tidy sequence, showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. The gap in their experience is starting to show here. Phantom completely takes control from the ramp, leveling the series at 7-7. The momentum is shifting rapidly back into his favor. He is simply refusing to let go, picking up a third consecutive point to claim the lead. He's just on fire right now, continuing a dominant surge to take a 2-point lead. This is exactly the kind of performance the top seed is known for. He is just relentless, securing his 5th straight win from the boost. The composure he's showing is night and day compared to the start. Vortex manages to halt the slide with a perfectly timed shot, keeping his hopes alive. He needed a response like that to keep this series reachable. He's effectively shut down any hope of a comeback here. He's showing real resolve here, picking up another point to stay in the game. That was a lightning fast exchange to end the round. Complete shutdown of the attack, putting him just 1 win away from the victory. He's finally playing to his seeding in these final moments. Vortex refuses to back down, clamping onto this round to stay alive. That was an incredibly crisp finish to hold the line. He keeps pushing forward, refusing to let this series slip away. That's a huge shift in power right there. Incredible. He just picks him off the boost to force a dead heat. He looks completely locked in right now. Neither player is willing to give an inch here. Unbelievable. He just secured another win from the ramp, extending this run to 4 straight. He's absolutely towering over the competition right now. Phantom just completely erased that deficit, securing the equalizer from the boost. Huge moment for him to seize parity in this series. A high-pressure encounter that ended in a total shutout, giving him the edge in this overtime battle. Unreal, he barely survives that firefight to move within a single point of victory. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. He's showing some unbelievable heart, refusing to let the series end without another fight. What an explosive turn of events to close out the fight. He's refusing to break, clawing back to a dead heat with another quick win. Phantom edges ahead, taking a slim 16-15 lead. Phantom's now firmly in the driver's seat at 17-15. The pressure is mounting for the underdog in this final stretch. Vortex is breathing down his neck at 16-17. He just completely shut the door on that momentum surge. Absolute deadlock at 17 apiece for these two. This is far from the one-sided stomp the rankings suggested. Phantom barely edges ahead with an 18-17 lead. The world number 1 has always known how to handle this kind of pressure. And just like that, Vortex pulls them level at 18. We're seeing a completely different dynamic than the ladder stats promised. Phantom barely holds the lead, sitting on 19. Phantom jumps ahead again, pulling out to a 20-18 lead. He's proving too consistent to shake off in this late stage. Phantom puts a firm grip on things, leading 21-18. He's just completely dismantling the resistance now. Phantom is putting on a clinic, extending his lead to 22-18. He really dug deep to survive that marathon of a series. After all that back and forth in overtime, he finally secures the win. What a fight. Strong start for Vortex using that ramp height to secure the opening round. Vortex is currently holding a strong lead in their head-to-head history for the day. And honestly, that confidence is which is carrying over to these opening rounds. He has already taken down Catalyst twice in previous matchups, so he knows he can outplay him today.
Counter-terrorists win.
Catalyst is refusing to go down easy, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. He's really digging in now, picking up another one to close the gap. A real shift in energy we're seeing here. He just completely erased that lead, knocking Vortex off the box to even things up. The favorite has finally been pushed back into a dead heat. Unbelievable! He's now completely flipped the script to take a lead of his own. The pressure is clearly mounting for the presumed favorite. Vortex answers back instantly to bring this game right back to a deadlock. A high-stakes battle between the top two rated players on the server. Vortex is really building some speed now, taking control from the ramp to grab a 3-round lead. His recent form is looking a lot stronger than that 30% win rate suggests. Catalyst is showing a ton of grit, knocking his opponent off the ramp to bring this a deadlock. Both of these guys are proving to be remarkably evenly matched. Vortex edges ahead by a single point here. He's really asserting his dominance as the number 2 seed. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, it's a total toss-up right now. Catalyst usually handles this matchup, but he hasn't been able to pull away against an aggressive Vortex today. Fresh sides. Let's see who blinks. That was a tense standoff, but he manages to close it out without taking a single hit. He's really capitalizing on his current form. He secures the advantage from the ramp, continuing a very impressive run of form. Total reversal of fortunes considering the pre-game expectations. Catalyst holds the edge by a single point. A quick reaction from him to stop that momentum cold. Vortex is really starting to lean on that height advantage, shutting things down from the toolbox. Looking like a massive upset based on the career records here. He keeps the pace high, shutting things down from the wine box to secure another win. A huge show of resolve from Catalyst, who catches him right off the toolbox to tidy setup. Both these players are locked in for the long haul. He strikes from the planks, secure a second consecutive round and keep his comeback alive. He is really playing with a ton of confidence right now. What a nail biter! He barely scrubs through with a sliver of health to make it 11-9. A real scramble that almost went the other way. Vortex earns a clean win in a battle of Winebox heights. He's showing a lot of resolve given that historically heavy deficit. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, fighting his way back into a tie from the ramp. Consistency is key for the second-ranked player right now. What a recovery. He secures the lead from the ramp and moves one step closer to the win. Clean snap to put the pressure right back on his opponent. What a finish. Catalyst shuts it down to complete a huge comeback and secure the win. He really had to dig deep to shake off those early losses and secure a victory. Such a grind. He had to work for that. Phantom holds a slight lead in the lifetime head-to-head record after over 1,000 matches. It's a very narrow margin, so this series usually comes down to who can find their footing early. We'll see if that historical edge carries in today. He is simply too fast right now, moving his score to a commanding 3-0 start. He's really making the most of that #1 rank. And here's the response. Catalyst trades shots with him and comes out on top to get back on the board. He's proving that he can hold his own against the favorite. Phantom is cruising right now, leading 4-1. Despite that last head-to-head loss, he's looking very sharp right now. Phantom is just dominating, pushing the lead to 5-1. Looking a lot more like that #1 ranking right now. That was a tough battle, but he manages to outlast his opponent to stay in control. A stark contrast to the blowout we saw in their last outing. Absolutely untouchable right now, extending his run to 4 straight. It's a completely different story from their clash on Blame Dunes. Catalyst secures a clean kill to put a stop to that momentum. Hard to forget that 13-5 blowout he handed out recently. Phantom is playing at a remarkably high level, holding a 62% win rate on this specific map. That gives him a massive confidence boost since he clearly enjoys this environment. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find any answer to this pressure. Phantom takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. Catalyst entered this match as the heavy favorite, but he's getting completely outplayed right now. He has a huge mountain to climb if he wants to save this series. Time to see if Catalyst can wake up. Catalyst finds a lifeline to bring it to 10-3. He really is the most dangerous challenger to the top spot. What a frantic exchange, but he manages to scrape through that firefight with a tiny bit of health left. He's showing some real resilience by clawing back right now. He's refusing to back down, taking his 3rd straight round to keep the pressure mounting. A quick response here, putting the momentum back in the hands of the leader. A steady performance for the top seed so far. Catalyst is refusing to let this game slide away, keeping things interesting after that early deficit. And that is a huge swing back for Phantom, putting him just a single round away from victory. It's been a rough afternoon for the challenger. A flawless burst from the underdog to keep his hopes alive. He's trying to prove the oddsmakers wrong with this push. Another easy pick for the underdog, who is starting to look far more dangerous. It's a completely different energy than his slow start today. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really managed to tighten up when it mattered. Those late rounds were a battle, but the top seed takes it home. Phantom holds a massive edge in their head-to-head history, having won over 60% of their lifelong meetings. It's clear that confidence is flowing his way since he just beat Vortex in their most recent match. We have to see if the favorite can keep this momentum going. Vortex is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's putting on a huge show despite the ladder gap. Phantom is reacting quickly and secures a tidy win from the wine. The top seed is starting to look comfortable. Vortex has flipped the script and now leads 3-2. The world number one is starting to feel the pressure. Vortex is just on fire right now, cleaning up the competition and quickly putting that wine position to waste. Vortex keeps the pace, extending his lead to 4-3. He really is the top-rated player in the lobby. Phantom completely shuts that down, taking control of the match as soon as he pushes out of that wine area. The world number one is starting to seize control of the server. He's simply too strong right now, bringing the tally to 5-4 after an intense exchange. A tough spot for the second highest rated guy right now. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a 4th straight win without even taking a hit. Coming into this as the heavy favorite, he looks completely in control. Vortex fights back and keeps things tight heading into the final round of the half. That quick reaction just stalled the bleed for the challenger. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, the a priori projections are already looking wrong. He's proving why he holds a 66% win rate on Italy by keeping the favorite under pressure. Time for a fresh start. Phantom is coming into this stretch on a real tear, going 21-14 over the last day. He's translating that high-level form into the server right now. He seems to have a psychological grip on the match that's making this lead feel very secure. He wins another tough duel, showing some serious grit as he refuses to fade away. He's starting to claw back into this. He's refusing to let this match slip away, completely outplaying his opponent to keep the pressure high. Phantom is now just 2 steps clear at 9-7. The best player on the ladder is really settling back into his rhythm. A pristine shot from the challenger, proving he's not folding under this pressure. He's showing the grit needed to push this to a close finish. What an answer! He's completely erased that deficit to level the playing field at 9-9. It's officially a toss-up now. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal trade from the wine to barely edge this out. That was an absolute nail-biter of a gunfight. What a response. He just wiped the slate clean to bring us back to a dead heat. Phantom really needs this one. He's just a thin margin away from taking the lead again. The world number 1 is truly playing like the best in the league. Phantom quickly shuts him down from the wine, putting himself in a position to close this out. He refuses to go quietly, shutting things down perfectly to stay in the hunt. Such a high-stakes battle between these two. Absolutely textbook finishes. Phantom shuts him down on the wine to take the entire series. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but that one blistering fast reaction secured the map. He just couldn't close the gap. Tough loss for Vortex. Vortex manages to shut that down quickly, catching Catalyst right as he held the Tetris. Catalyst is really putting on a show right now, just clearing him off the ramp. Still seeing that head-to-head dominance from the higher seed. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after knocking Catalyst off the Tetris in a complete scrap. He's fighting against some really tough historical numbers here. He really knows how to use that Tetris height to his advantage. He's really leaning into that historical advantage on this side. What a fight. He survives a brutal exchange from the ramp, barely holding on to take the lead 3-2. And just like that, Catalyst evens the score at 3-3. The head-to-head history definitely favors the guy in control right now. They both fought for the same space on the ramp, but Vortex just had the faster reaction. Both of these guys have had a bit of a rough run today. We're locked in a dead heat at 4 apiece. It's a massive swing for the underdog a few minutes ago. Vortex is really tightening the screws here, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite as he pushes the lead to 5. Catalyst really owns the history here with those 703 total round wins. It's certainly strange seeing him on the back foot while Vortex takes complete control. He'll need to find some answers fast or this could be a blowout. Vortex maintains a slim edge, leading things 6-5. He's really proving to be a nightmare matchup today. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's really shaking things up right now. We expected the favorite to run away with this, given Catalyst 76% win rate on Redline, but the underdog is actually in the driver's seat. Let's see if he keeps this momentum. Catalyst gets a clean win from the Tetris to keep this series incredibly close. It's a battle of the top 4 on the ladder right now. Catalyst is really building some heat right now, comfortably taking the fight from the ramp to tie it up. This looks just like their most recent clash on Fast Aim. Vortex is showing real grit here, quickly punishing Catalyst for holding that high ground on the ramp. Slightly better on the ladder, yet he's fighting an uphill battle here. We are completely tied up at 8-all. A very high stakes clash between the two top contenders on the ladder. Vortex pulls ahead by a single round here. An interesting dynamic seeing the 4th ranked player push this far. Vortex is really starting to stack up these wins, cleaning up his opponent right there on the ramp. He really looks comfortable despite those recent losses to Phantom. Catalyst reacts quickly and shuts him down as he tries to peek from the ramp. Only looking for a return to his normal form. What a desperate fight. He almost fell, but somehow clawed back to secure the 11-9 lead. That was a nail-biter really fighting through the late stage of that exchange. Catalyst is making a stand, effectively clearing him off the ramp to tie things up. Both of these competitors are really feeling the fatigue after a long day of games. He secures a clean kill from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He is certainly proving he belongs in that top 4 bracket. Catalyst answers back from the Tetris to stop that immediate victory. Really shows the skill gap is practically non-existent at this level. Absolute chaos at the end there. He manages to pick off the opponent from the ramp to force the tie. It's a total stalemate now, completely erasing the gap in the rankings. The pace of this match is absolutely electric, with these exchanges ending almost instantly. A very tight battle for that top 3 spot. Vortex looks completely locked in right now, securing that win from the ramp to put himself in a great spot. He's refusing to let it slip away, bringing this series right back to a 1-round difference. He is definitely showing that world-class consistency we expect from the top 3. The momentum is swinging back to Catalyst now, finding his way back to a tie in the heat of this overtime. Absolute deadlock as they head into this final stretch. Incredible endurance from Catalyst, who barely scrapes through that war of attrition to put himself on match point. He's looking scary confident right now. Vortex responds instantly, shutting the door on that round to bring us back to a dead even tie. It is simply an absolute war of nerves between these two. Vortex barely edges ahead, holding a thin 16-15 lead. Pure insanity, Catalyst forces a deadlock at 16-all. Catalyst seizes the lead, putting Vortex down 17-16. That's another narrow victory for the higher ranked player. And we are right back to a deadlock at 17. The pressure is mounting on a player who's really struggled in his last 10. Catalyst just barely edges ahead with an 18-17 advantage. The pressure is definitely weighing on the man who entered as the favorite. Vortex strikes back to make it an 18-18 draw. It's a complete toss-up at this point. Catalyst takes the upper hand, edging him out 19-18. Vortex claws back just in time to make it 19-all. Vortex manages to sneak ahead, taking a narrow 20-19 lead. It's a massive shift for someone who just came off those 3 losses. Total parity once again. Catalyst brings us to 20-all. It's essentially a toss-up now, despite the rating gap. Catalyst just snatched the lead, pushing it to 21-20. The favorite is suddenly staring down the barrel of a defeat. Vortex fights back perfectly to bring us dead even. Vortex is really making the most of that early confidence. Vortex takes a razor-thin lead at 22-21. Vortex pulls further ahead, now commanding a 2-round cushion. Hard to believe he's the one feeling the heat right now. Vortex is suddenly pulling away with a 3-round cushion. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Vortex is extending this distance to a 4-round gap. He really stepped up when it counted, finally shaking off that losing streak to close things out. He had to dig deep for that one. What a match! Phantom holds a significant edge on this specific map with a 64% win rate. It's a nice contrast to the overall odds, since the betting outlook actually had Catalyst as the favorite. We'll see if that statistical advantage helps him build a lead here. Catalyst is pulling ahead, claiming a narrow 2-1 lead. It's a reversal from their last head-to-head meeting on Orange. The momentum has completely shifted as he extends his lead to 3 straight. He answers right back, taking a clean round to close the gap. He's certainly playing like the current #1 on the ladder. Catalyst is really cruising now with a 4-2 lead. He looks far more comfortable than in their last meeting. Phantom currently holds a slight overall lead in their lifetime head-to-head, and honestly, it's surprising to see him on the back foot given how strongly he's been playing. He's entered today with a high win rate in his recent matches, so this is a bit of a slump. We just need to see if he can snap that streak. He's showing real grit here, securing another round to keep the deficit manageable. He's starting to play more like the heavy favorite we expected today. Catalyst is comfortably in the driver's seat at 6-3. Catalyst is dominant, pushing his lead to a commanding 7-3. He's proving to be a fierce opponent despite that rating gap. Phantom looks a lot more locked in now, putting a stop to Catalyst's control of this half. He's definitely showing that top-seeded pedigree right now. Catalyst goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, it's exactly the script we expected to see. He's completely ignored Phantom's map-specific advantage so far. Time for a reset. Phantom manages a response, trailing 5-8. He's certainly leaning on that confidence after taking a set earlier today. He's on fire, shutting everything down to keep this climb alive. He's starting to look like that top seed we expected. Absolutely effortless! He's completely shifted the energy of this game. The momentum swing is real as he fights back into this. Catalyst gets back on top, shutting down that sudden surge quickly. A timely answer from the third best player on the ladder. He refuses to go away, securing a quick response to keep this chase alive. He's simply not letting this match slip away, equalizing the score at 9 apiece. He's certainly proving why he entered this matchup as the favorite. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, taking a full 3 in a row to seize the lead. And that's a tie game. We're all square at 10 apiece. This matchup has become a real toss-up today. He's purely outplaying his opponent now, clawing back into a one-round advantage. The pressure is mounting for the second highest rated player in this bracket. He keeps his momentum rolling, putting himself just one round away from victory. He's fully reclaiming the control we expected from him today. Unbelievable. He storms back from the deficit to close this out and claim the victory. He really pushed the pace to the end, but he just couldn't find that final push to close the door. What a battle! Phantom currently holds a significant head-to-head advantage with over 2,300 career wins against Vortex. It's interesting because he's the heavy favorite on the ladder right now too. I wonder if Vortex can translate that early momentum into a real upset. Phantom is just ruthlessly efficient, leading 2-1. He's really showing why he's at the top of the ladder. He completely shuts him down off the ramp to extend that lead. He's looking incredibly sharp today after a strong start to the day. Vortex reacts first with a lightning fast shot to keep this series close. And we're all square now. 3 apiece. The number 1 ranked player is suddenly under a lot of pressure. Phantom keeps his cool and shuts down that boost attempt to regain the lead. Vortex is certainly punching above his weight in this matchup. Phantom is really putting his high-tier form on display with that 22-13 record over the last day. It's giving him a lot of confidence as he continues to outplay one of the few rivals who can actually challenge him. He looks firmly in control here. Just a complete turnaround for Phantom, who's now cruised to a 4-round streak. It's feeling like a repeat of their last encounter on AIM Italy P. He's just unstoppable right now, taking full control as the half nears its end. He's simply not giving his opponent any room to breathe. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's completely ignored the pre-match expectations. He looks like a different player right now, and that 6-round streak really put him in the driver's seat. Let's see if Vortex can find a way back. Phantom's just dominating, sitting comfortably on a 9-4 lead. He's really fighting to pull the map back to a competitive distance. Phantom is just making it look easier right now, using that elevation to secure another round. The world number 1 is just showing his class today. Phantom's reaction time is simply unfair right now, shutting things down quickly from the ramp. Vortex has a long road ahead after a tough start to the day. He delivers another huge round from the ramp, putting the match on the line. The gap in the rankings is starting to show. Unbelievable. He barely claws his way through that exchange to seal the victory. He's just completely in a different league right now. That was a textbook way to close out the series. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Fast Aim for tonight's duel. Catalyst has a significant historical lead with over 700 wins against Vortex, but we saw a role reversal in their very last meeting where Vortex took the win. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can regain his usual dominance here. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is really surging now, and that high ground on the wine box played a huge part in this round. He's really playing the role of the underdog right now. A perfect shot from that wine box to seize control of the series. The 3 spot on our ladder is looking very sharp right now. He strikes again from the ramp, putting a heavy grip on the series. The higher seeded player is certainly making his presence felt. He's absolutely tearing through this map, securing another win from the wine box. It's a complete contrast to the way their previous meet went. A lightning fast reaction from Catalyst to cut into that lead. That was a lightning fast response to steady the ship. He manages to hold the line from the wine box to keep this recovery going. The confidence is returning to the favorite now. Vortex has been fighting through a tough stretch, going 16-20 in his games today, and honestly you can see how that grind is wearing on him. He's fighting for a strong finish, but he needs to stay consistent to keep this lead. Vortex keeps pulling away with a commanding 7-4 lead. It's a tough run for Catalyst, who struggled in his last few series. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's really challenging the narrative here. He's playing above his head and puts the heavy favorite in a tough spot moving into the second half. Let's see if Catalyst can wake up. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-5. These two are practically identical in their current ladder standing. Vortex is just too quick from that box, and he's really starting to put distance between himself and the opponent. He's mirroring the results we saw in their last series. Catalyst is really playing an aggressive game from the ramp, holding his own in these exchanges. Catalyst secures a huge answer from the ramp as he keeps this rally moving. He's definitely making his move back into this game. He catches Vortex right on the box to bring this totally different momentum shift to a head. Absolutely crushing the confidence of the leader right now. Unbelievable. He's erased the entire lead, bringing us back to a dead heat at 9-9. The pressure is back on both sides now. Wow, he's just completely taken over the map, bringing the score to 10-9. He's reminding everyone why he entered this series with the edge. He's just untouchable right now, continuing his tier with another 6-round run. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. He's just cruising now, moving to match point after a flawless 7-round burst. He has completely shut down any hope of a comeback. What an incredible run to finish it all off. Catalyst closes the door on this series. That's a huge result for him. Finally shaking off those recent losses and reclaiming his throne in this rivalry. Phantom has seen a lot of success here with a 66% win rate on this map. And honestly, his recent form is a huge part of that, having won 5 straight. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull away from the underdog here. Catalyst is really flexing his muscles with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is starting to wake up. Everything is shifting in a hurry. Catalyst started strong, but we're seeing the tide turn completely. He's completely taken over now, securing a huge lead with that quick win. It's a tough look for the number 3 seed right now. Tough exchange here, but Catalyst comes out on top to tie it up. Goodness, Catalyst barely survives that one after picking him off the vine. The favorite is really struggling to find some breathing room. We are deadlocked at 4-all, total chaos. Our top-rated star is putting on a show right now. Phantom finally regains the lead, sitting 1 ahead. He's looking every bit like the top seed today. Another clean one for Phantom, who's now completely in control of this set. That's another head-to-head victory in the books for the world number 1. A quick response from the underdog to keep this close heading into the final round of the half. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the top seed right now. The underdog is definitely pushing for a surprise victory after that strong run of rounds. Time to shake it off. Phantom holds a slim edge, leading 7-6. The third-ranked player is fighting for every inch of ground here. Catalyst has clawed back to tie it up at 7. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that last encounter on the dunes. He's completely locked in, capturing the lead with another dominant show. Coming off a challenging day for the number 3 seed. A close fought trade here, but he secures the edge to bring us back to a draw. His overall record against this rival is barely a gap. Phantom edges ahead again, now holding a 9-8 lead. He's clearly in top form right now, riding an 8-0 wave lately. He's simply untouchable right now, moving into a 3-round slide for his opponent. A sharp reaction from Catalyst to end that slide. He's showing plenty of grit against the world number 1. 2 huge rounds in a row for the top seed, and he's starting to look like the one in control here. He has completely seized the momentum and is now just a single round away from victory. The gap in their current rankings is showing through in this set. A crisp finish by Catalyst to keep himself in the hunt. He's refusing to go down without a fight. Unbelievable. Phantom closes out the series with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it's just another win for his historic run. What a fight. Phantom comes into this with an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to Vortex, who has struggled to find a win in his most recent outings. We have to see if the top seed can maintain this momentum. Phantom keeps the pressure high, quickly picking him off the ramp for a third straight victory. The top player on a ladder is just completely dismantling him. He's simply too fast for him, extending that streak to 4. It's a familiar sight after that 13-4 defeat they just shared. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another easy point to move to 5-0. The world #1 is simply outclassing him here. Finally, Vortex manages to put a round on the board. He's definitely not letting this one become another stroll. Phantom is holding an impressive 61% win rate in their lifetime clashes. It is quite rare to see him this dominant, since their history usually suggests a much closer contest. So the real question is whether Phantom can maintain this gap, or if Vortex has a solution ready. He is putting on a show now, taking complete control of the pace. He's really playing like the best player on the ladder today. Unreal, he barely survives a shootout to take another round, extending his lead to 9-1. The rating gap is really showing in this match. A clean response from the underdog to cap off the momentum before we head into the break. We've got a 9-3 lead for Phantom heading into the break. Well, it's a huge flip from the pre-match expectations. The underdog is completely taking over, which makes this a very dangerous spot for Vortex. Time to see if he can bounce back. Both of them were fighting for the same piece of ground on that ramp, but Phantom had the better timing. It's clear why he's sitting at that top spot on the ladder. Phantom is just cruising with a commanding 10-4 lead. He's certainly showing he can trade blows with the top seed. The momentum has completely shifted. Vortex is putting up a real fight now to bring the scoreline closer. He is certainly shaking off the rust from those early losses today. He just rips through that ramp position, continuing this incredible surge with another clean stop. He's really defying the odds with this run. A sharp reaction there to hold that run and get back in the driver's seat. Vortex catches him high up on Tetris, and he's starting to put a serious dent in that lead. He's fighting hard to avoid another one-sided result. And he's back in control, putting himself one step closer to the victory. His target acquisition remains sharp as soon as the round starts. What a statement finish. He closes out the series with a lightning-fast shot to secure the victory. He's just in a different league right now, absolutely owning the server from start to finish. Catalyst historically dominates this pairing with 704 total wins. It's a massive gap that makes this early lead from Vortex look like a real shift in momentum. I wonder if he can actually break the cycle today.
Counter-terrorists win.
What a scramble. Both of them were staring down least health, but Catalyst somehow claws out the survival. Vortex has had a tough afternoon after a few straight losses. We're deadlocked at 2-all. Things are heating up. His rank just barely edges out the competition on the ladder. Vortex pulls ahead with a slim 3-2 advantage. His current form is definitely shaking off those earlier losses. Catalyst is really utilizing that ramp for cover to keep his momentum going. He's definitely trying to erase those 3 straight losses from earlier. Catalyst claws back to lead it 4-3. He's clearly in a better headspace after that last victory on fast aim. And just like that, Vortex levels the playing field. A massive clash of titans with barely any rating gap between them. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, taking a commanding hand in this set. A total stalemate at 5 apiece. He's holding a slim advantage in the rankings right now. Catalyst just edges ahead, taking a 6-5 lead. It's tough to see a favorite struggle when the rankings are this close. We're headed to the break with a 6-6 tie. I mean, Vortex is absolutely refusing to be bullied by the higher seeded player here. He's proving that he can trade blows with Catalyst regardless of the history. Fresh start for both of them. Vortex takes the lead, moving up to 7. That was a blink and you missed it exchange. He's showing plenty of grit despite that recent defeat on fast aim. And we are back to a deadlock at 7. The top 2 on our ladder are simply refusing to budge. Catalyst is definitely finding his stride now, putting some distance between himself and Vortex. That previous 13-9 result was a tough pill for Vortex to swallow. Another tie. Vortex and Catalyst are glued at 8. Both of these guys are fighting for an uphill battle today. Vortex just snatched the lead back at 9-8. Vortex is certainly making up for that tough loss against Phantom. Things are essentially restarting from 0 here. We've got a total deadlock as we move into the final stretch. Catalyst regains a 1-round cushion over Vortex. He's really starting to assert himself as the higher seed. Tough sequence for Vortex as his opponent continues to roll with another quick victory. He's showing why he holds this slightly higher spot in our rating. He manages to secure this exchange and keeps himself in the fight. A strong showing today as both players are currently tied at 15 and 21. Vortex is playing a dangerous game here, picking up 2 straight rounds to force a complete deadlock. It is a complete toss-up right now. A huge momentary lapse from Vortex puts his opponent just a single round away from victory. What an ending. Catalyst shuts the door with an absolute shutout to seal the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit this time, coming so close to shaking things up on Orange. He'll be gutted to let that one slip. What a fight. Phantom holds a strong historical advantage with a 70% win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst's performance here, and he'll need to find some quick answers to stop the slide.
Counter-terrorists win.
Catalyst is really heating up, leading the series 2-1. Catalyst is putting a lot of pressure on the league leader. These two are trading blows perfectly. We've got a deadlock and it's anyone's game right now. He's really showing why he's the top seed right now. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to take a 3-2 lead. He's really making this look easy despite the rating difference. Absolute chaos. Phantom levels it up to 3-all. The top seed is really asserting his dominance early on. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a narrow 1-round lead. A strong showing for someone sitting at third on the ladder. Catalyst just shut him down from the ramp and he's looking very comfortable right now. His current form is a complete reversal of the last 10 games. What a frantic exchange, he barely scrapes through that firefight to claim another one. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this set. He's completely taking over this map, securing his 4th straight win. The world #1 is in a real spot of trouble. A quick response from the top seed to get things moving again. He's coming into this game on a real tear with 7 straight wins. Catalyst holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the experts predicted. He's really capitalizing on his momentum here. Time for Phantom to dig in. Phantom has that huge gap in raw experience with over 18,000 matches. It's a massive amount of data for the top seed to be fighting against. Yet Catalyst is essentially controlling the pace of this series. We just have to see if the veteran can actually find some stability. Another effortless play as he just clears Phantom off the ramp. He's really making a statement after losing their most recent face-off. Phantom finally manages to disrupt the flow and get another round on the board. He just completely shuts the door on that exchange, moving to 12 rounds. A complete nightmare scenario for the favorite right now. Phantom delivers a crisp response to keep the fight alive. The veteran is finally starting to find some footing in this set. Another fast reflex win for the veteran to keep the dream alive. It's a huge shift from how these two historically match up. Another clean shutdown to keep this run going. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. And there it is. Catalyst shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the match. He really defied all the odds on a map where he usually struggles. A huge statement win against the world #1. Phantom has historically dominated this pairing with a win rate over 60%. He's definitely the one expected to take control of the server today. We'll see if that early lead for Vortex changes the dynamic.
Terrorists win.
Unreal. He barely scrapes through a brutal exchange to take Phantom off the box. He's really showing that top-rated form today. We're all squared up now as Phantom fights back. We're seeing that same dominance from the world number one. Phantom just edges ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. That's a strong way to follow up his earlier victory today. A complete slugfest that ultimately goes his way, extending a commanding lead. Current top seed is putting on a clinic here. A fast response from Vortex to keep things close. The number 4 ranked player is refusing to fall behind early. Everything is on the line now. 4 for both. A complete turnaround from their last encounter. Vortex is simply on fire right now, taking the command of the lead with 3 straight. A tough spot for the top seed to be in. A quick exchange to bring the tally back to a dead heat. The top player on the ladder is finally showing some stability. Phantom regains a slim edge, leading 6-5. His head-to-head numbers are truly a wall in this series. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the switch. Well, the favorite is doing exactly what we hope to see by keeping this game tight. Both players are trading blows, but Phantom's 64% map win rate gives him a slight mental edge. Fresh start. Let's... Vortex surges back into the lead at 7-6. It's an uphill climb for the favorite right now. Phantom claws back to lock this up at 7-all. The world number 1 is refusing to let this match slip. The momentum is shifting back toward Phantom as he finds his stride again. A tough run of form recently for the world number 4. He is simply taking over this match now, putting the pressure on with 3 straight wins. He really looks like the strongest player in the league right now. Total shutdown. He's simply too fast right now as the streak reaches 4. Finally, some breathing room for Vortex, shutting down that run with a perfect shot. Exactly what we wanted to see from the lower seed. He's not letting up, securing a second straight win to keep this deficit manageable. He's proving that the initial gap in their ranking is negligible. Phantom is really putting on a show, keeping the pace incredibly fast to stretch this lead. And just like that, we've hit match point for the favorite. Just a ruthless sequence of plays to seize all the leverage. What a finish! He shuts everything down to claim the series. Vortex really tried to hang in there, but he just couldn't find a way to break the world number 1's resolve on this map. Catalyst has a massive edge in their head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their lifetime meetings. It's clear he has the mental advantage here after already beating Vortex earlier today. The pressure is really on for the higher seed to stop the slide. Catalyst is just dominating with a narrow 2-1 lead. Things are completely locked in right now. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. He's fighting through a tough stretch of form right now. Catalyst is now just a single step ahead. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed right now. Vortex has finally clawed back to tie this up. The second ranked player in the world is suddenly looking vulnerable. That was an absolute blink and you missed it encounter. These reactions are getting frighteningly fast. Vortex has gone 13-23 over the last day. He's really struggling to find any footing in this session. It will be a huge test of his mental game to keep this competitive. That was a total blowout. He's just completely shut the door on any comeback attempt. He's just too sharp right now, putting a huge gap between himself and the competition. The second seed is clearly the stronger man today. Another quick elimination for Catalyst, who just can't be stopped right now. Looking a lot like that prior encounter on Blame Orange. Catalyst heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. And honestly, he's just playing a completely different game than Vortex right now. The favorites are comfortably in the driver's seat. Time for Vortex to wake up. Catalyst holds a commanding 5-round lead as we resume. Sudden burst of energy to keep this map alive. He's needing every single round to drop right now. Catalyst is still firmly in control at 9-5. He's finally starting to trade blows with the world number 2. Catalyst answers back immediately, catching Vortex right there on the wine. He's really putting the squeeze on the 4th seed, making it nearly impossible for Vortex to build any real momentum. Vortex is refusing to just go away here. He's fighting to stay in this map. A welcome sight for the 4th ranked guy in the world. Vortex is really starting to put some pressure on Catalyst now, closing the gap significantly. The top 2 on the ladder are truly fighting for every inch. What a decisive blow. Catalyst is now just a single round away from victory. He manages to secure a crucial stop from the wine, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. He's fought through much worse deficits in his recent pairings. Unreal. He ends it right there with a lightning fast shot to close out the series. He just completely owned this map. Vortex really tried to dig in, but he just couldn't find an answer today. Phantom just takes the early lead, shutting him down from the ramp. Catalyst has a strong 76% success rate on this map. Well, that explains why he looks so comfortable in these opening exchanges. He's essentially playing his home turf right now, which could be the key to taking a lead against the top seed. We've hit a complete deadlock with both tied at 2. He really is a force to be reckoned with as the top seed. Catalyst is moving a step ahead here, really starting to put a grip on this early exchange. Phantom really reacted quickly there to catch Catalyst right as he was pushing down the ramp. Their all-time head-to-head is nearly a perfect split. We'll be right back with more action from Redline after a very quick technical break. Welcome back to Redline, where Phantom and Catalyst are locked in a dead heat at 3-all. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 7. A very dominant look for the number 2 seed so far. Phantom really capitalized on that elevation to trade back and keep this perfectly even. Catalyst keeps a slim edge as we hit round 9. The world number 1 is really fighting for a foothold here. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, making that climb up the ramp a deadly move. Phantom gets the better of him from the ramp to tie things up. We head into the break at 6-all. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to run away with this on a map he knows so well, but Phantom is just refusing to let him break away. It is a total toss-up now. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst holds a thin lead heading into 13. He's been consistently dangerous against the world number 1 lately. Catalyst really used that Tetris angle to his advantage, and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. He's looking a lot like the favorite in this one. Another clean shot, and he's now completely in control of this sequence. He just wipes him right off the ramp to put a huge dent in the competition. It's a repeat of what happened in their last meeting together. He's finally broken through, clearing him off the ramp to bring the tally to 7-10. He's certainly not letting the rank gap make this a blowout. Phantom is refusing to back down again, controlling the action from the ramp to bring the deficit to 2. That's exactly why the seedings favored him going into this. Catalyst is really tightening the screws now, putting an immense amount of pressure on the world number 1. He just completely shuts the door on that comeback attempt, putting himself 1 step away from victory. He's putting the world number 1 in a very tough spot. A huge reflex play from Phantom to keep his hopes alive. He needed to step up just now. And there it is. Catalyst closes out the series and secures the victory. He really played his game to perfection here, proving once again that he has the number 1 seed figured out lately. Phantom enters this with a strong historical lead, having won 61% of their previous encounters. And that high confidence is reflecting in how they started tonight. We have to see if Vortex can shift the momentum before this gets out of hand. Phantom is really dominating, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. The league's current top seed is definitely feeling the pressure. It's a total deadlock right now. Neither player is willing to give an inch in this opening set. Vortex is fighting hard to shake off that recent slump. Vortex finally claws ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. His current form should have him struggling, yet the opposite is true. Phantom strikes back to leave us tied at 3-all. The top-rated player in the league is starting to exert his will. Phantom is picking up speed now, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex with those quick exchanges. Vortex is playing the long game, keeping his cool and shutting down Phantom's push on the ramp. He is really fighting through the noise after those recent losses. Vortex holds a slim edge now at 5-4. Looking back, Phantom really owned their last head-to-head meeting. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange from the Tetris, bringing the score dead even. His rank as the top seed is really starting to show. Phantom regains control, stepping ahead 6-5. He's really capitalizing on that #1 spot right now. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock as the players switch sides. I mean, this is exactly where the analysts expected the match to be. It's been a very balanced start for both of them. Fresh start for both players. Phantom just edged ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. Coming off a rough patch of losses lately, he really needs this one. Phantom has been having a day, putting up a healthy 22-13 record across his matches so far. And that consistent form is making it very difficult for his opponent to find any footing. It's starting to feel like this is becoming a one-sided affair. Vortex has clawed back to put them square at 8 each. He's really playing above his usual form after those rough losses today. He's simply on fire right now, taking a third consecutive round without even taking any damage. The odds weren't in his favor coming into this match. Absolutely crushing it right now, putting an effortless 4th straight point on the board. He's completely reversing that pre-match expectation. Vortex just won't let up, securing his 5th straight point to put a real grip on this game. Quite a turnaround for him after that rough loss to Catalyst. What a fight. Phantom barely scrapes through that encounter to keep himself in the game. What a close call to stop that momentum shift. He manages to shut that encounter down and now stands on match point. He's really making the most of this underpowered position. What a way to close it out. Vortex secures a clean final kill to take the entire series. He really shook off the rust and stepped up when it mattered. Just a stellar performance from someone who's had a brutal run lately. Unbelievable. Catalyst survives by a thread after knocking Vortex off that container. Catalyst generally holds the upper hand, winning 61% of their lifetime encounters. It's a significant gap that makes this current deadlock even more interesting. Now we just have to see if Vortex can actually push the favorite to a breaking point today. Catalyst is dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. The momentum looks identical to their previous clash today. Absolute precision here as he keeps his streak alive with an effortless kill. What a scrap. Both players traded heavy damage, but Vortex showed real grit to secure this one. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. Catalyst is looking very comfortable today, taking full advantage of that high ground to extend the lead. The rank 2 seed is certainly asserting himself today. Vortex has been having a tough time today with a 14-22 record over the last 24 hours. It's definitely a struggle compared to how a top 5 player usually performs. He's going to need a huge shift in energy if he wants to get back into this one. Vortex responds quickly to close the distance and secure another round. He's already coming off a solid 13-9 result in his last outing. Catalyst is simply too fast for him, quickly shutting down any attempt to hold that ramp. It's a familiar pattern for the higher rated player here. We go into the break with Catalyst leading 9-3. I mean, it's almost a textbook performance for the top seed. He's really taking over this series as expected. Time to see a fight back. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing the tally to 10-3. His superior ladder ranking is really starting to play a role. Catalyst is just seeing everything right now, picking Vortex off the ramp with total ease. Another blindingly fast snap, and now the match is just a single round from ending. Vortex holds his ground on the ramp to claw one back. He's trying to live up to that pre-match favorite status now. He's not going down without a fight, matching the intensity to keep this series alive. What a turnaround! He manages to clear out that ramp and secure his third straight round. The momentum is shifting entirely in his favor. He's simply on fire right now, extending that run to 4 straight. Pure dominance on the offensive side right now. And there it is. Catalyst digs deep in a frantic firefight to close out the series. That late push from the 4th seed was gutsy, but he just couldn't close the gap in time. Phantom holds the overall lead in their history together, but that advantage feels like it's slipping away. It's definitely a contrast to how Catalyst has dominated their most recent meetings. We'll see if the top-rated player can shut this down. Unreal. He nearly lets this one slip, but barely claws out the win in a wild exchange. Locked in a deadlock. We're all square at 2 apiece. The highest rated player on the ladder is starting to wake up. Absolute control from Phantom, who just put together a flawless 3-round stretch. He is really making the most of his 62% success rate here. Catalyst responds immediately to put the score back on even. He's definitely not letting that previous match result get in his head. Phantom edges ahead, taking a narrow lead at 4-3. He's really showing that top-seeded class right now. And we're tied up again, 4-0. He's certainly carrying a lot of momentum from that strong start to the day. What a nail-biter. Catalyst secures the lead after a fierce battle from the ramp. His confidence is sky-high coming off that dominant run of form. Just like that, Phantom levels it at 5 apiece. He's certainly trying to erase that memory of the red line loss. Phantom regains the upper hand with a slim 6-5 lead. That's a welcome turn of events after those tough losses earlier today. Phantom takes 75 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing the underdog completely defy the odds makers here. He's playing with a ton of grit to keep this lead. Let's see how they handle the switch. What an incredible scramble. He survives by the skin of his teeth after that chaotic exchange. Terrifyingly narrow margin to secure that win. Phantom's all-time win rate is a staggering 63%. It's a massive volume of experience that's really starting to pay off. He's effectively shifting the momentum completely in his favor right now. He keeps the momentum going, shutting things down quickly from the ramp to hit a 3 rounds. It's a complete flip from that red line result we saw earlier. He's just completely taken over, moving to a 4-round streak with an effortless finish. He's looking like a true #1 seed right now. And that's another one. He's just completely outclassed his opponent at this point. Catalyst finds a way to push back and keep the server alive. Just a flicker of hope for the challenge. He manages to win another trade, fighting back despite taking significant damage. He is certainly refusing to go down without a fight. What an absolute scramble for the finish. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to seal the series. He's really put an end to that recent slide, finally getting his revenge after that tough loss on Redline. Phantom holds a significant head-to-head lead over his opponent, but that historical advantage isn't showing up yet. He's definitely carrying the pressure of being the highest rated player in the league right now.
Counter-terrorists win.
What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange, but it's a third straight for Vortex. He is just completely untouchable right now, cutting through the opposition in under a second. Phantom answers back quickly to get on the board. He's certainly got the raw numbers to back up a comeback. Goodness, he almost lost that one. Vortex scrapes through a wild trade with a sliver of health left. He's definitely struggling to find his footing tonight. What an absolute scramble. He takes out Phantom from the box while barely hanging on. That's a terrifyingly thin margin to walk away with. Absolute speed from Vortex, a lightning fast reaction to take total control of the match. A quick, clean return for Phantom, who completely outdueled his opponent. Still a massive mountain to climb for the top seed. Vortex catches him right off the Tetris. A huge blow to the top seed. The momentum has completely shifted from what we expected. Phantom earns a quick win here, taking Vortex right off the box to keep himself in this game. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He's playing exactly how we thought he would today. He's simply outperforming the top seed and looks poised to close this out quickly. Time for a total reset. Phantom's recent daily form is impressive with a 21-14 record over the last day. Well, it's showing a lot of resilience as he tries to overturn this deficit. He needs to find a way to string these together if he wants to survive. Unreal, he barely closed this one out, surviving a brutal slugfest with almost nothing left. His overall win rate on this map is considerably higher. Vortex is cruising at 10-6 with a huge lead. Phantom is certainly starting to play like the league's top seed. Vortex is really putting on a clinic today, a total flip from how these two usually match up. The gap in their ladder positions is practically non-existent right now. Holy smoke, that was a desperate brawl. He barely makes it out alive to reach match point. He's really refusing to let this game slip away. Total shutdown. He closes out the match in style to secure the victory. Just a total shocker of a result, especially given how much the history favors the top seed today. Catalyst has historically owned this matchup with a 61% win rate. It's no surprise that he's already taking an early lead here. He seems to have the mental edge in this specific pairing. Vortex strikes back and we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. The second highest rated player in the league is under pressure now. Catalyst regains the advantage, pushing forward with a 2-1 lead. He looks completely comfortable with this specific matchup. These two are trading rounds back and forth, refusing to let the other get a real foothold. He's certainly pushing back against that historical head-to-head deficit. Catalyst just edges ahead, putting him up 3-2. That's exactly how we'd expect a top 2 player to start. That was an intense scramble up on the ramp, but Catalyst comes out on top once again. It's starting to look like a repeat of their last meeting. The momentum has shifted completely as he secures his 3rd straight win. Vortex is fighting a tough hill to climb tonight. He absolutely dismantles the opposition, picking him right off that box to reach 4 straight. He makes quick work of the ramp position, bringing his total up to 5 straight. The pre-match expectations aren't holding up at all. He completely owns the ramp right now, and that's a huge 6-round tier. He's putting on a show after that tough result earlier today. Vortex cleans up a spot on the ramp, putting a stop to that run. It's a tough spot for the 4th ranked player on the ladder. Catalyst holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the switch. Honestly, we're seeing exactly what we expected from the favorite here. He's really making his home field advantage on red line count. Vortex needs to wake up now. Vortex has been struggling with a 15-21 record over the last day. It's clear he's fighting a bit of a slump, but these 3 quick rounds in a row show he's finally starting to push back. Catalyst is commanding the pace, sitting pretty at 9. The 2 seed is making his presence felt on this server. Catalyst is just relentless, extending his lead to 10. He's definitely playing like the higher seed today. He just doesn't let up, effectively shutting down that brief comeback attempt. He keeps the pressure high and secures a huge lead, leaving him just 1 round away from victory. An unexpected result given the pre-match projections. A perfect shot from Vortex to keep this contest breathing. Definitely not how the odds predicted this clash would go. He refuses to go quietly, taking another round to keep his hopes alive. He's on fire right now, racking up another win to keep the dream alive. The pressure is really shifting back to the top seed now. Boom. Catalyst shuts the door right there and secures the victory. He's just consistently faster whenever it counts, looking entirely too comfortable in this rivalry. Phantom currently holds a narrow lead in their lifetime rivalry, winning about 51% of their encounters. It's interesting because we've seen Catalyst take a few of the recent ones. The question is whether that trend continues or if the top seed is simply too consistent today. Catalyst has the momentum up 2-1. The world number one is looking a bit shaky early on. He's just not letting up, securing another win to take a commanding 3-round lead. His recent form has definitely been hitting a higher gear. A tough exchange here, but he manages to secure the kill and hold the slide. A big test for him, considering he's just coming off a loss to Vortex. Total deadlock now with Phantom and Catalyst tied up. Exactly what you'd expect from the top seed on the ladder. Catalyst edges ahead, putting the pressure on Phantom now. Phantom is making a point of flushing him off that boost to keep this series tight. The number 2 seed is fighting hard to keep this a toss-up. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, claiming the better angle from the ramp to extend his lead. He's showing a lot of resilience after that tough loss to Vortex. Catalyst finds the gap and shuts that down, evening things up again. He's been incredibly consistent in his recent matches, which is starting to show. Catalyst is just one step ahead at 6-5. Hard to believe he's actually giving the top rank a run for his money. Catalyst leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, this is pretty much exactly what we expected to see. He's playing with high confidence and utilizing that superior map win rate to keep the top seed on his heels. Time for the switch. Phantom gets the better look from the Tetris to keep this a one-round game. He's showing the composure you'd expect from the top-rated player. Phantom entered this series as the heavy favorite based on the pre-match outlook. But he's now facing a significant deficit. If he can't find some stability soon, he's going to have a hard time recovering from this early slide. Catalyst is pulling away now, leading 9-7. He's really capitalizing on his current form today. These last few exchanges have been essentially a coin flip, neither player able to string together a real run. And we are back to a flat draw at 9 apiece. He has to shake off that recent loss to Vortex to fully take over. Catalyst secures that win from the boost and now finds himself back in control of the series. His win rate in the last 10 matches has been incredibly high. He's really starting to put the squeeze on the world number 1 here. He's definitely in a better spot than he was in that 7-13 loss. Phantom managed to pick him off the ramp to keep things interesting. He's definitely fighting back to prove his top spot on the ladder. That was a total shutout, putting the pressure squarely on Phantom. The momentum shift is feeling very real for the underdog here. Unreal. Catalyst closes it out right there to secure the series victory. He really proved he belongs at the top of the table today, finally shifting that career rivalry in his favor. He had to earn every single round. What a fight. Phantom usually handles this matchup with an impressive 61% win rate overall. But we're seeing a different story today. He's actually coming off a tough run of losses in his last few games, so he's fighting an uphill battle right now. Vortex is cruising with a commanding 2-1 lead. A huge amount of pressure on the #1 rated player. Phantom is really starting to put his foot on the gas here, quickly evening this one up. He is certainly playing like the best rated guy in the world. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that one, extending his streak to 3. Vortex has been struggling lately with a tough run in his recent games. He just can't be stopped right now, extending his run to 4 straight. The historical map advantage for the world. #1 is on full display. Absolute perfection from that side, taking total control with another effortless victory. He's just completely take over this match now, and that's 6 in a row. A fierce exchange, but he barely comes out on top to secure a 7th straight. The top seed is showing exactly why he owns that spot. That was a bloodbath, and Phantom just won't let his foot off the pedal. The top seed is completely dismantling his opponent here. Vortex finally puts a stop to that run with a gritty outduel before we head into the break. Phantom holds an 8-2 lead going into the break. Well, this is definitely not how the odds maker saw this match going. Vortex looks completely lost right now after that 8-round skid. Time to see if Vortex recovers. Phantom is currently boasting a 20-win run over the last day, and honestly, that level of momentum is making him look almost untouchable. It's a huge contrast to how his opponent has been performing in his recent outings. He really needs a massive swing to get back into this. Phantom is just relentless, pushing a huge 10-5 lead. A lightning fast exchange to keep the dream alive. Phantom is just relentlessly hammering away at that lead now. The #1 rated player is simply too strong today. We've seen a lot of back and forth since the half, but Vortex is desperately trying to chip away at this lead. Vortex is starting to close the gap, catching him from the ramp to keep this momentum shifting. Looking remarkably sharp in these quick exchanges. Phantom just shuts the door on any hope of a rally, picking him off the ramp to reach match point. Vortex manages to pull him off the ramp, delaying the inevitable for a moment. He's certainly fighting for his life against the top seed. Absolute authority in that final encounter to secure the victory. Just a dominant performance overall, showing exactly why he's currently sitting at the top of the world rankings. Catalyst dominates the head-to-head history with over 700 total round wins. It's impressive seeing that historical gap, but we're seeing Vortex push back immediately. I wonder if he can keep the pressure on today. Vortex has the edge, leading 2-1. He's looking for an answer after that 13-8 loss on red line. Catalyst has all the momentum now, quickly evening things up after that early lead from Vortex. He's certainly playing like a top 2 seed today. Absolutely effortless, he's just taking over this match now. That matches the top 2 rating we're seeing on the ladder. He's simply not letting up, taking another one to push the lead to 4. He's certainly making a strong case for that number 2 ranking. Vortex fights his way through a tough exchange to get this one back. It's a tough grind for him given the head-to-head numbers. Vortex is struggling to find his footing today, posting a 14-22 record in the last day. So yeah, he's trying to dig himself out of a hole, while Catalyst looks far more comfortable. I'm wondering if the pressure is starting to get to him. The ramp just isn't working out for Vortex today, and he's now staring down a 3-round deficit. Hard to ignore that he's clearly the favorite coming into this. Vortex is showing a lot of heart, picking his opponent clean right off the ramp. He's finally looking a bit more composed in this series. Catalyst still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. He's riding an 80% success rate over his last 10 games. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan for the favorite here. He's managed to keep his composure and stay in the driver's seat. Fresh start for both players here. Vortex remains stubborn, shutting this one down quickly to keep the pressure on. It's interesting because he actually entered this one as the slight favorite. Catalyst is still managing a 2-round buffer here. Vortex really needs to find a way to flip the script here. Catalyst is still firmly in control at 9-6. It's a tough spot for him since he was the pre-match favorite. A gritty battle there, but he manages to outlast his opponent in a heavy exchange. That was a narrow escape for him. Catalyst sits pretty with a 3-round lead. He seems to have the upper hand in their overall rivalry. Total shutdown there. He's really digging in and refusing to let this series slip away. He's keeping this close, refusing to let the gap widen. The gap is widening again, and he's really starting to pull away as we approach the end. Everything looks clean for the number 2 seed right now. What a scrap. He barely scrapes through that fight, but he's refusing to go quietly. That's a massive boost to his confidence right now. Vortex is really digging in here, shaking off the damage to secure another victory. A clean, decisive shot to put him right back in the thick of it. He's simply on fire right now, locking in a 3rd straight to tie the series up. A complete shift in gears for this series. Unbelievable, he keeps this incredible roll going, securing his 4th straight for a commanding lead. He's finally making good on those pre-match expectations. What a finish! He survives a wild exchange to complete the comeback and close out the series. He really played the long game today, refusing to tilt after that early struggle. Catalyst played a great series, but those final rounds were just too much. What a fight! Phantom holds a clear historical advantage here with a 68% map win rate. It's a huge edge to have when you're facing off against the second best player in the league. Let's see if Catalyst can fight back from this early deficit. Phantom is just too quick to react right now, taking that second round comfortably from the toolbox. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. An absolutely effortless exchange to put him up 3-0. He's making quick work of those 18-18 daily stats. Catalyst catches him right off the ramp, finally getting a round on the board. He needed to prove he belongs in this tier early on. Phantom is just outclassing him right now, cutting right through that ramp position to extend the lead. The top seed is really asserting himself here. Another smooth read from the ramp, and Catalyst is starting to claw back into this set. He is starting to look far more comfortable as this duel progresses. Phantom manages to shut that down from the ramp, really putting the pressure on now. He's definitely making a strong case for that top spot on the ladder. He's refusing to fade away, keeping the deficit to a 2-round gap. He's fighting for a tough set with a lot of grit. He is showing real resilience, strolling through this exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's effectively erased a significant portion of that lead. Phantom is currently leading the head-to-head battle by 570 overall wins, which makes this particular match a huge priority. Well, it's a bit of a paradox, because Catalyst has actually taken the majority of their most recent meetings. I'm curious if Phantom can maintain this gap as the match progresses. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, the expected favorite has completely let the game slip into a deadlock. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can finally pull ahead after the side swap. Let's see who takes control now. Phantom catches him right there on the ramp to secure that slender lead. A huge match for the world #1 to keep his lead. Phantom's momentum is building now, putting another gap between him and Catalyst. He's simply too fast today, cruising to a 3rd straight win while barely breaking a sweat. He just wipes him off the ramp, extending his surge to 4 straight. It's exactly what you expect from the top seed in the league. Catalyst finally manages to stop the run, picking him off the ramp. He looks like he's remembering how he closed out their last encounter. Unbelievable! Phantom barely survives that firefight, clutching out a win with almost nothing left in the tank. That was a nerve-wracking sequence for the world #1. Completely clean finish for the leader, putting him just a single round away from the victory. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Catalyst reacts quickly to hold his ground and delay the inevitable. He's showing the kind of form we saw in his earlier games today. Another clean round for the underdog, showing some serious nerves of steel right now. He's refusing to let the favorite walk away with this. He's just not letting up, shutting the door from the ramp to keep the pressure high. A high pressure sequence that completely swung the tide. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another one to stay in the hunt. A massive swing in confidence for the underdog. Game over. He shuts the door on this series with a crisp final blow. That's just incredible composure to close it out. He really had to dig deep to fend off that second half surge. Hard fought win. Phantom currently holds the lead in their lifetime head-to-head match history, and it's clear that this historical dominance is translating into today's server. The top-rated player in the league looks completely comfortable leading the way here. He is absolutely untouchable right now, extending the gap to 3 straight. Everything about this match feels like a repeat of their last meeting. He's just too quick, erasing Vortex from the wine for a 4th straight. The #1 seed is making this look effortless. He's just in another league today, securing another clean victory to keep this streak alive. His top-ranked status is definitely on display here. A complete shutdown, 6 straight for the favorite. The match hasn't shifted an inch since their previous encounter. This is becoming a complete rout as he picks up another victory. He's making it look like a practice match. The slaughter continues as he extends his lead to a staggering 8 straight. It's simply a mismatch between the two of them right now. Finally, a response from Vortex, putting a stop to that huge run. He's entering this one with a solid 24-hour run so far. Vortex has a solid 15-20 record over the last day. It's interesting to see that consistency starting to manifest now as he clawed back 2 rounds. The question is whether he can keep this pressure up and fully dismantle Phantom's lead. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, we're seeing a complete flip of the expected narrative here. He's really taking advantage of his 66% win rate on this map to put Vortex on the ropes. Time for a reset. Phantom is just cruising along with a huge 10-3 grip. He's continuing that dominant trend we saw in their previous meeting. Vortex is just completely buried under this onslaught right now. It's a tough spot for the 4th ranked guy on the ladder. Vortex is starting to put up a real fight now, refusing to let this match end quickly. Coming off that tough 8-13 loss in their previous. Phantom takes this hard-fought fight, putting him on match point. That was an incredibly quick exchange to end it. He's not going down quietly, getting that round back for himself. A crucial stop for the underdog to keep the dream alive. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door on this series with a final decisive shot. Just a textbook performance from the world #1 to close things out here. Catalyst shows no hesitation, taking the early lead by picking Vortex right off that box. Catalyst holds a massive career advantage in the head-to-head, winning over 60% of their past encounters. And that mental edge seems to be paying off early on. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can shake that off to close the gap. A complete shutout so far, he's just not letting up. He really looks like the stronger side today. Absolutely crushing it, he's just continuing this onslaught. The higher seed is putting on a show right now. That was a gritty scrap, but he manages to outlast his opponent for another win. He's really asserting himself as the higher seeded player here. He's just completely untouchable right now, moving into a huge 7-round lead. That's a tough start for the supposed favorite. Finally some resistance. He manages to trade shots and close out this fight. A nice reminder that Vortex often plays him very close. Vortex currently holds a higher win rate on this specific map. It's a stark contrast to his overall historical struggle against this opponent. If he can keep this pace, we might be looking at a total momentum shift. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, now leading 8-2. That was a closer call than his previous few encounters. Catalyst is just relentlessly dominant, now sitting at 9. A complete reversal from their last head-to-head meeting. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-3. Honestly, he's just outclassing his opponent in every trade. This is a strong start for the second highest ranked player in the league. Let's see if Vortex can rally. Catalyst is just coasting now, pushing his lead to 10. His number 2 ranking is really starting to show here. Vortex is struggling to bridge this 10-4 deficit. He's certainly not letting that recent loss to Phantom get in his head. The gap is just widening at this point. Vortex needs to find a way to disrupt this flow fast. Just a glimpse of the talent he's bringing to the server. That is an effortless kill for Catalyst, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The odds definitely didn't predict this kind of blowout. He manages to secure a fast kill and hold his ground here. Game over. Catalyst closes it out with a clean finish to secure the map. A total statement win from the world number 2, completely erasing any doubt that the map advantage belonged to the other guy.